Checking your physique, I don't think I could want you anymore. Chilling with your girl, I'm jealous that I can't just run over and take you on the floor. And I don't wanna cross nobody, I know it's never worth the pain, but I can feel your eyes run down me, and all my sense just fades away. You got me in that dilemma. Oh,
Hey, welcome back to another Building Master Minutes live on stream. It's episode 31. It's been a couple of days since our last episode. It was working, I guess Wednesday would have been the last stream we did on this. We're going to pick up where we left off and try and figure out where that was as well, because it's been a few days. Yeah, apologies about the lack of a stream on Friday. Planning on having one. As you know, might have known, my car went in for a service on Thursday. That's why I wasn't streaming Thursday. It needed a bit more work, and so I had to go get it on Friday, and also a couple of other things going on, so it meant my schedule couldn't make it work for the stream, unfortunately. But we will pick up today where we left off. And also I did some other stuff over that period of time as well. I had some other projects that I was working on. One of the things that I learned or kind of came up with on one of those projects is going to help us here. I really haven't liked how this grid layout kind of, some of these elements fill the space. They're kind of inconsistent on their sizing, which leads to the growth of them to be inconsistent. I've got a solution for that, and we're going to implement that at some point today. And yeah, we were working on design mostly, I believe, for the most part for the app. And if I remember correctly, we were kind of going through, I'm just going to kind of familiarize myself with where we got to on some of those elements. We hadn't done anything about here just yet. Edit transcription. We're kind of doing quite a bit with this screen. I can already see there's some strange behavior going on. That was not there when I built this the other day. What is going on down here? Don't know. What else do we have? We've kind of got yeah, okay, fine. And then obviously that still behaves like before. That's got our new input styles. Yeah, and then what else did we work on? We kind of have this, we have all of the pages, that was it. We were kind of working out form styles. Yeah, we were working on form styles, so when we click add a meeting, this is the bit that we was working on. Adding this like new meeting form. And then when you resize, it goes down to a mobile view. That's quite nice. I quite like how that looks and works and feels. So we'll keep working on that. I believe we also had some stuff that we were kind of very close to having committed, but not quite. So let's just see what's our project status at the moment. We've got our field group that we are new added to this. And yeah, okay. We have our page flow across all the different pages. Our meeting form that we'll come back to in a second, because I think that's where we're probably going to start working mostly. Our meeting, we added this quick accepts nested attributes for recording. We did that quite quick. I'm going to delete that because we never really got that bit working, and so we'll come back to that. Message component accepts the recording now, and we updated our cluster. Apparently we just removed a new line or something, or added a new line, and obviously the button also has its focus states now as well. Fine, so let's jump into our form for the meeting, and that's where we're going to start. So what do we have on here? We had this kind of builds for recording in here. We kind of disabled this somehow. How did we disable it? Because it's definitely not showing. Did we get rid of an equal sign or something? But the equal sign is there. I'm just going to quit out here and then just end them again. And then we'll do meeting, new, meeting, form. Field 4, do, field group, label, and then the recording form. Actually, if I refresh, yes, there it is. It is showing, and the reason it's showing is because there was some weird, I remember now, the meeting model, when we added that thing that I've now removed, the accept nested attributes for, this form fields for just didn't work, so it didn't return anymore. I don't know what's going on with that. So I'm just getting my head back into what we were doing here. So name, meeting start date and time, and then the meeting recording. Now we also said about this being conditional, right? So if this is in the future, if this was, I don't know, in November 2024 at 6:30, that's in the future. We can't upload a recording of a meeting that hasn't happened. So it doesn't make sense to prompt for that. So perhaps at that point we should say, hey, remember to record your meeting. Yeah. Okay. One thing I want to quickly check and just see what the deal is with this. So if I did agenda, there isn't an agenda controller, but we do have like agenda items. There is an agenda items. Okay, and that's this. This. We broke that when we did stuff here, right? The is it the field group that we've broken there, or is it the base style? There's a min width on in the form. Okay. I set min width here. Could this be max width and then like have the width 100%? And then how do all the other fields look? I feel that makes sense. Why can't I? Just going to quickly change scene while I figure this out. What's going on? Unlock. Okay, we can come back. And so, yeah, the logout form all looks okay. The other forms all look okay as well with that change, and that just fixes the issue that we identified in here. It'll now shrink down as low as it needs to go, but it'll have a max width. I do need to organize this file a little bit at some point, because we kind of got like, what have we got going on here? We got like what is going on? BC typography. Again, caps lock. I need to ban myself from using caps lock ever. It is the most atrocious thing in Vim. And then we'll do here, and we'll do forms. And then we'll grab these OLs. I feel like OL is kind of part of typography, you know? Same with the HR rule. Audio element. Okay. That feels a bit more organised. Now we know we just need to look here for our form. I don't particularly like how the code formatting applies, but anyway. So, what have we got going on? Not really sure why I've got a mix of things going on here with the nested and not nested. So I think what I'm going to do is this, and then delete to there and delete to there. Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with that, I think. A field group. Okay. So, this. I kind of have a decision I need to make, which is how do I want to control the conditional forms? Is there a solution on Hotwire, IO, whatever this website is called? This one has a bunch of stuff, and there's Formulus, but Formulus, I think, I mean, one, it's not really in use at the moment. That's not Hotwire, Stimulus, Formulus. Doesn't seem like it's in use really at the moment, even though it's kind of listed on here. Formulus, let's just see what it is. I think it's something about validation. Yeah. Okay. So it's still being worked on, but it's mostly client-side validated forms. So if I submit this, then you get the validations all show up. Since the error pass is applied to those. So we're not really doing validations right now, although maybe we'll want to come back to that at some point. Doesn't really solve the problem we have. Yeah. I feel like a little JavaScript stimulus controller probably makes sense here. Trying to just work out what the interface for this might be though. So, form meetings. We essentially want to say like this is like conditional. So we could do like data conditional condition value. So this date field start at, is that just called date? Like what is that called? Depending on this value, I want to show one or two things. Right? But the JavaScript for that is going to be quite when this changes, I need to do something, right? So let's just build a stimulus controller to start with, and then we'll refactor it if we need to. So we'll do Rails G stimulus, and let's just call this one like form conditional. What is this concept called? Conditional form fields. Conditional logic, conditional form fields. Stimulus JS conditional form fields. So maybe there's someone's written about this. And let's see, conditionally display form field based on what? How have different people approached this problem? It's one thing I'm curious about. Rails nested form could be interesting. Okay, so what have we got? We've got a Stack Overflow article. So they've got a JavaScript controller, simple form gem, stimulus. We're not going to use simple form because it just doesn't feel necessary to add another gem to the project for this. It looks like what they're really doing though is they've got sample drop down, and then when sample drop down changes, there's a bunch of classes that change. That's a really basic implementation. Very specific. It doesn't feel very composable. I don't particularly like this approach. But that was the approach that we could just throw together. We throw together an example now. That'll be what we'll probably build. What have we got here? We've got 81 stimulus conditional fields. That's part of this episode here. So we could just look at his code rather than watching the episode. In fact, these are the same.
Hello.
Right? Episode 81, episode 81. It's just in different places. Yeah, same video. Different websites. What did he do though? So most of the code's probably going to be in the stimulus conditional HTML. What did he do? He created a show hide controller that has a show if value, and then so it's just a really simple show hide controller where if it shows if it's that value on, so, and then this has the action change on the select drop down, show hide toggle, and so it just checks. Memory saver frees up memory from inactive tabs so it can be used by other tabs. I don't think we need that. I think we can move on without that. Okay, so that's that. And then stimulus nested form is a stimulus component that we could install. Accepts nested attributes for, reject if or blank, allow destroy true in the controller. So I think this is one of the problems. We were calling it, we can accept nested attributes, and that's I think what we need to do, but we needed to do it as like underscore attributes rather than just the thing. So the thing in our case is like the recording, it should be like recording attributes. So I think that's one of the things we would need to do. And then what have they got down here? Fields for to-dos, to-do form. And then this form. Yeah, see, I don't see how this is any different to our version. And to why our thing disappears. If we inspect the thing here, this is recording, not recording attributes. We just quickly jump back. Fields for recording, label, and file fields. Like, they don't seem to have any difference there. Interesting how they're using the template there, and then the JavaScript will connect into that template and allow it to kind of reproduce it. So this is like a situation where you can add multiple of these. So it's not quite what we want anyway, that one. Do they have something that we do want? Doesn't look like it. See, it's interesting. Like, this is probably the closest to what we want to create, except this is a simple, like, is it equal to? And in our case, it wants to be kind of a date is past, date is future. So that's interesting. So, how do we want to approach it? I think, yeah, we go ahead and create our stimulus form. Conditional fields. Conditional fields controller probably makes sense. And I think the idea here is that we would have, perhaps wrapped around this, would have a div which has the data, controller, conditional fields. And then that goes in 17J, we'll go down 17J, perhaps we'll close off that div, perhaps we'll have another div, which isn't so much a field group, but perhaps just kind of remember to record your meeting and then upload it here later. We'll refine the text in a bit, but that's essentially what wants to happen. And then I guess what we want to do is kind of add something on here where we do data, action, change. When there's a change, we want to call the conditional fields update. And then I guess on this, we're essentially saying we want a data property. And we want this to be a target. I think. So let's just check the Hotwire Turbo documentation. Hotwired. I don't know why I can't type today. Always, you know, that first 30 minutes, first hour, fingers are cold, they're not quite there. So we'll jump back in and see in the handbook. We want to check reference. We want to check. What do we want to check? What do we want to check? We want to check whether we're in the wrong place because we want stimulus. Then we'll check the reference here and we'll check target. Okay, so it's like conditional fields target. Conditional fields target equals conditioned. And conditional I don't know if I like it, you know. Conditional fields target. Conditional target. Target. revealer. Reveal target. And then I think we can just do data reveal if now here is the tricky part. Here is the tricky part. Essentially we're having a value in here. We are restricted to strings, but we could pass an object, a number, a boolean, an array. None of those things really are what we want to do, which means I probably need to have some sort of special type, you know, that I have to deal with. So there's nothing in here about that, I don't think. I want to see. Like, the values type is one of those, determines how the value is transcoded. You know. Can I build my own transcoder? Do I want to do that? Not really. Really. So, I could do something like in future, right? In future. Has passed. And we're basically saying, hey, like, okay, like we're taking the conditional. I wonder if we do some sort of like start at date has passed. And then what we're essentially saying is this field, you know, the problem is that field isn't just called start at, is it? It's kind of called meeting start at. So perhaps it would have to be like meeting start at date, and like has passed is a specific function we're going to call. And then if we look at date functions, which is like my preferred date utility library, is passed. I'm kind of building this. I'm going to only build it for this one specific use case to begin with. But I kind of need a opposite, you know. Data reveal if meeting start at is fast, because I can't really like could do that maybe. It just looks a bit weird. Maybe that works, you know, maybe that works a bit better. The other thing we'd need to do in here is also add our data conditional builds target. is reveal. So essentially what we're going to do is we're going to have a set of targets called reveal, and then every time the conditional field updates, we are going to scan through all of our conditional field targets and recalculate them based on the state of the form. Another thing that's interesting as well is like this update, you know, like how I'm kind of trying to emulate some of the stuff that Stimulus already does. How does it treat like it uses camel case, right? I could do is past. Okay, I think we've got something to work with here. We'll see what we get to. Control E, what have we got in here? Let's delete that out, and then let's add this, and then we'll go conditional fields control and add this, because we're gonna jump between those a bit. So we need to add in our static targets, and then in here this is going to be reveal. And we also need to add our update event as well. We're going to console.log conditional field updated. It's not conditional field, condition updated. Like the thing that the conditional field is dependent on. We are then going to have to at some point go over our reveal targets and do some work, you know, we'll have to go through those. We should also know event.const name const value. Okay, and then in here we've got a few things. First thing we want to check is, do we care about these reveal targets? So we kind of want to go in and say, okay, like, do we care? So what we want to know is, like, does it start with is difficult because of the exclamation mark. Maybe it's the unless, you know, like we could look at either. You know, I kind of wonder about going, rather than having the exclamation mark, it makes this a little bit harder to pass. What if this was just like unless? Reveal it unless the meeting's passed. I kind of like that, you know. I think that's probably a little bit difficult. Add some complexity here, but on the HTML side it makes it easier to read. And it also actually reduces some complexity here because we don't have to worry about the exclamation mark being passed. And so now we can just basically say, like, hey, what we want to get is, like, the condition is reveal.dataset reveal if. Oh, it will be reveal if or reveal.dataset reveal unless. Hmm. The only problem is you can't have both. Like, both would be weird. It makes it a lot more harder to understand if we have both. What am I trying to do here? I want to check the name. Reveal.dataset.reveal if, or reveal.dataset.reveal unless dot starts with the name. If it doesn't start with the name, that is a bit long. Don't love how long that is. Return. We got an early return. We'll get out of here. We're like, yeah, I think that makes sense. So now we know we're dealing with an element that we care about. Now what do we do? Well, we have to now figure out the function we'd like to call on it. Did I get rid of the date type thing? I did. I wonder if there's some more parsing I should do up here. Like, perhaps it'd be better if I did const. I need a name. I have some code where an element can have a reveal if, or data reveal if attribute, or a data reveal unless attribute. I want a word to describe whether the element has an if or an unless. Essentially, which way is our condition? Yeah, negative or positive? What word should I use to describe this? Oh, the word isn't quite there. Conditionality. Polarity. I think kind of like polarity, negative, positive, kind of assertiveness. No, I think polarity is probably good. Condition type, reveal mode, polarity. Can we polarity of condition? Does Ruby have a term to describe this? Since it makes use of if and unless. Hey, Mappa Florence, hope you're having a good day. All is good. It is now afternoon here in the UK. Do you know what happens in Rails if production if pool is not assigned has a value of nil? I do not know what would happen in Rails production if pool is not assigned. I assume you mean like the database pool? Connection pool. I assume you mean this. Yeah, database pool, YAML. I think it just has a default value, does it not? I would imagine it has a default value. There was a thing about this recently, actually. Rails default database pool. It does, but my product doesn't have it. That's odd. Is it set to 5 or 10? But I was curious at what happens if it's not present. If you're, do you still have it? How are you not setting it though? Are you just remove, like, is the line still in the YAML file? Because if I would imagine if the line is here, it probably is setting it as null. Folks have removed it from the config entirely. Interesting. I'm sure there was a GitHub issue about this recently. Not sure. Saw somewhere on Rails. Pool. Because I think they were changing it or something. But there isn't key nor the value. Dev, staging, QA have it though. That's odd. Does it still work? There must be a default at some point, surely, if it still works. I always want to go to GitHub and not this. Annoying sometimes. Pool config. dbconfig.pool is at size. It's really odd. And looking at the connections per dB and doing some calculations, it seems that it's something around 5. Given the diners, workers, etc., when I count 5 is the number that makes the most sense. I would imagine 5 would be the default. I mean, that's what I've got here as the thing as well, but yeah, if you've removed that. I was expecting it to copy, so follow Rails max reg value. I'll move it to prove it. It's not something I've ever had to really deal with, so I've not had any issues with that. I've not tried removing it before, so interesting. dbconfig.pool. Was there a thing in here a second ago I saw? What sort of like all config or something? Yeah, it's there. But that's not the I don't know. Seems weird. strange.
Don't say you'll see me soon. We both know it's never true.
Yeah, sorry, I don't have a bit of an answer there. It's an interesting challenge. Polarity is thanks so much for looking into it. No worries. No, it's not a problem. I'm always happy to dive off into things people ask on stream. Thank you for the follow as well. Yeah, usually if I have a bit more of a clue, then I'll dive a bit deeper into it. But yeah, I'm baffled by it, to be honest. Polarity is there if and unless, and then the condition. Condition is one of those, and then we'll have the build and the operator is condition.split. Okay. If build is not equal to name, okay. Then I think I can probably do I don't know if it's better to do like positive here and negative. Change inside quotes, negative. Or even like 1 and -1. I guess at the end, I think maybe I could even do args. So let's say it was equals. Let's just do equals as a. If the operator name was equals, then we're checking that the value is equal to the args. And it's not just the value equal to the args, then how do I want to do the polarity? That's an interesting. So we kind of want to say, okay, if the operator is equals and the value is equal to the args, then in this case we want to do something. I guess at this point we could just do, hey, if the polarity is equal to 1, we do this, else we do that. I guess that kind of makes sense. Kind of don't love the nested if condition, but it kind of does the job there. I wonder if we could test that in some way. Let's just quickly go, even though we don't need any equals, but perhaps we could do. We go back here, and then we could do. Perhaps we just say, hey, okay, this, instead of being meeting start at, we'll do it based on the meeting name. And it's equals Bob. Like, and then we'll yank inside those quotes, and then delete inside those quotes, go back down here and yank inside these quotes because I still don't need to know how to do that part. And then we'll put that in there. And now what we're saying is we need this to be up here, 3J, and then when this, we'll yank to the percent sign, and then we'll paste that in. Okay. And what we're saying is when this equals Bob, Bob 2, no. Okay. It kind of did a thing. Kind of did a thing. Like, so both of these fit. There's a class flow. Forgot that. Forgot about the class flow. So when I put stuff in here, nothing changes. Don't know why. Meeting recording showing, and this message down here is showing. Only one of those to show. They're meant to toggle. If I make it Bob, the value matches. I guess this is also a thing where actually I haven't accounted for the fact the value might not match, but actually the value not matching has to happen in here as well. So like if value is equal to the args, then we're doing some stuff, right? But then there's a further thing in here where we're also saying if the polarity is equal to 1, then we're doing that, else we're hiding it. Equally, it kind of flips down here. If the polarity is equal to 1, I'm just trusting Copilot's got my back here because I haven't really thought about whether those are the right way round. And I don't really care because I mostly just want to check the logic. So it doesn't equal Bob. I get it to Bob and it swaps around. And then on here, I actually don't want change. I want like input. But then as I'm typing, okay, that works quite nice. I'm kind of happy with that. This obviously is a bit broken right now because not all of the classes are applied. I don't actually know why that's broken there like that. But hey ho. I guess because I'm making it display block now rather than removing the display hidden class. So perhaps we change that up. Rather than using this, we could do change to the end of the line, class list, remove hidden, reveal dot class list add hidden, reveal dot class list add hidden, reveal dot class list remove hidden. And that way it should retain its functionality down there. If I start typing, I get it to Bob. Cool. That works, kind of. I'm still wonder if ChatGPT can give me a better suggestion on this. Let's close some of these and then let's go. Could you improve the conditional logic around the operator, value, and args? fix below here, and then like we'll add another one which is like fix above here. No, that's the chunk that we want to fix. We're giving it the whole thing. I don't need to refactor. I kind like. Is there also stuff with class list that I can do? You know, like what can I do with not class list? I have a CSS class list. DOM JS. You know, throw in some keywords. What does it have? It has add, remove, replace, toggle. Contains is a checking thing. Should reveal. That's interesting. I kind of like that actually. Like this is an interesting approach where actually like should reveal. And then we set that to true. So perhaps that's a nice approach. Let's do let should reveal false, right? And now we only have to worry about should we be showing it. And so let's delete 12. Okay, if the operator's equal, and we've already skipped if it's not a field we care about. If the operator equals, I guess we only really care about whether and the value is equal to the args. If the operator is equal and the value is equal to the args, should reveal will equal not just true. So whether the polarity equals 1. So, if the operator is equals, we want to check whether the value is equal to the args. If it's not equals, then we don't really care, and we're not going to set it to true. Then whether we should reveal it or not is equal to whether the polarity is true, right? Because if it's a positive and this matches, then we're setting it to true. Otherwise, it's an unless and we're setting it to false. No, this doesn't work. This doesn't work. Because I kind of want to invert. Did they do something around like the invert polarity? Is reveal if they deal with the polarity at the end. I don't know if I like dealing with the polarity at the end. If polarity is 1, just invert it and then return, and then if polarity is 1, then reveal dot class list add block. Not necessarily. We need to decide whether we're like, how did they? Oh, so it's still like should reveal, obviously. If it's 1, then they are. That's not how. Does toggle do that? That's kind of what I was looking for, but then never actually bothered to read the RTFM. Toggle. False. If included, turns the toggle into a one-way only operation. If set to false, then a token will only be removed but not added. If that's true, the token will only be added but not removed. That's nice. Okay, so that's nice. So I could set this to like hidden. If it should reveal. If it shouldn't reveal. Kind of confusing. Else. I don't know if I like it, you know. It does still work, still works. And it is better. It is better. But I Is there a way of doing this negation, this kind of dynamically? Like, could I do polarity and could I do the polarity dynamically? Let me just throw up a console somewhere where I can throw some stuff down quickly and check. Clear. Okay. So let's say I had like some sort of const should reveal is true. Like we are going to reveal the thing we're going to reveal. The polarity is false though, because you know we kind of actually unless this thing is true. Unless this thing is true. Unless always confuses me, but yeah, we are negating it, aren't we? Show this unless the value is true. So we want a false, right? So I guess we could do like should reveal and polarity, right? But if should reveal was actually false and the polarity, well, that's not quite right. Can we times these together? No, that's weird. What about if we did this? No, not a function. Why would you do that? I can't really think of any way of maybe or, but that's just not. Just like one of them's true. JS operations. Operators. Like the not big input, the logical one. Like the logical not is the only thing that we've got. The and, the or, and the not. But we can't use not as an expression. So yes, fine. Okay, fine. So polarity is there like that, unfortunately. Wonder if the polarity should be down there, just so it's clearer, because we don't really use it until that point anyway. That's fine. We are going to have an ad in about 55 seconds. Do just have ads on the auto schedule. Sometimes go grab a drink, take a quick break in them as well. And it avoids pre-rolls as well for people who are joining, because I hate pre-rolls. They're annoying. But I'm going to keep working on this, so hopefully I'll give an update basically once the ads are finished as well. Hope you won't get the full length as well. Sometimes people do, sometimes people don't. I don't know what rhyme or reason Twitch have for the length of their ads, but hey, thanks for hanging out. So anyway, what we're working on now is, I think that kind of, it works, right? There's a few bits that I'm like, you know, it could be improved. But this gives a good chunk of what we want to do. I think now we'll have our if operator equals is passed. Does that work? Copilot sometimes, you know, just does it, and I'm like, we're basically saying, okay, if this date with the value is less than the new date, then should reveal as true. We'll give it a go, you know. I mean, I have no idea if that's gonna work, but hey. So, conditional fields. I could leave that on there. Change is fine there as well. Maybe I should make this input, I don't know. But this should now be start at, it's never going to equal Bob. It's like is passed. Change to the quotes and is passed. So we'll switch back, we'll refresh, and we'll set, okay, like 05. Now we should probably get a JavaScript error there, because we don't actually have a valid date. Is that correct? Or maybe this doesn't do anything until date has been set. I don't know. 02, come out, nothing's really going on, so fine. We'll go 2020, 8:30. Condition updated. Interesting. I guess, I mean, this is interesting because that's still a date that has passed. So I don't know why. $2028. 18:30 hasn't been yet, but 10:30 in the morning has. So I mean, we're very close on this like really tiny lightweight JavaScript controller. There's a few bits around the date that's a little bit odd. We're not seeing the errors for some reason. Are they going to app signal? So app signal is something I set up and started using. Are they going there? I don't know. We'll sign in by GitHub. So I'm not seeing anything in here. There's no errors right now. There's a couple of like not found errors and stuff. When we're poking around on the site, we still need to fix our JavaScript on the client there. We'll get around to it eventually. We'll get there eventually. So, it kind of works. I couldn't find where it's defined, but the default pool size is indeed 5 on any Rails environment. Yeah, I thought, again, Rails pool, maybe there was something on Twitter, you know, Rails pool size. I can increase, decrease, such value would be respected. I'm sure there was like some sort of GitHub issue or something I saw recently about the pool size. Might have been something else about concurrency or having like threads. It might have been like thread size actually. But yeah, interesting. It's a bit hidden. Why am I not seeing my logs? Where are thou logs? Invalid date. It's interesting because it's like it's not actually until the date gets applied, and then it very much is like an on change. Invalid date. It's counting those as an invalid date. Why? What is the value that we're getting that's coming out as an invalid date? So I feel like 2002, 2020, 20. Now as soon as I set 180 8 AM, that gets in there. But if I start deleting, you get nothing. You get nothing, sir. That's like, this is odd that the date input gives you, if I inspect this element, this $0 sign, $0 dot value is empty, even though there's stuff there. I guess really until there is a valid input here, the all of the fields should be nothing. So maybe that's something we do where it's like that's a confusing one. How do we solve that problem? Because now we kind of just don't want it to show these regardless of the polarity. I guess we're saying, hey, like, if it's this, we're going to do some stuff, right? So we'll I've done that. Delete 1J. Gets rid of that. Okay. I kind of want to put this into a little package, into a little function, and wrap that up. So let's call that apply reveal, maybe. Polarity, that's going to take... We're going to take the reveal element. The element should reveal. And then we're going to take that. In fact, yeah, we can take all of that and just move that down into that function. We don't need that then. Then we will take delete to the bracket. Should reveal true. I think what we can do here is we can just return this dot apply reveal, and then we can get rid of that. And then if it is passed, then we're going to do some stuff in here. And then in here we can change this to return this dot apply reveal. Not even that, right? Like we can go again. We got delete 2j, return. I can spell return. Yeah, that. This dot apply reveal date is there now. It says element is declared. Oh, because down here I need to make sure that for this chunk we are applying reveal becomes element. Okay. Now, invalidate. I guess I could just do something that's just like if there's no value, return reveal.class list.toggle hidden true. Like we don't want to do anything unless there's a value. Is that the only situation? Yeah, it looks like it. So we're gonna give it a name 01. None of these affect the change, so that's fine. We just need to set the default. 02, 2020, 18, 30. Now, when I start removing stuff, it will come back. Okay, cool. 2024, 2020, oh my god, 29, 20. Not happened yet. 2020, it has happened. 2024 has happened. 2025 hasn't happened. Okay. And then when this connects, we probably just want to loop over all of our elements and then check the conditions. I guess we could probably grab the name from the form the event is in. So, I mean, these are random divs though. So I guess I could just do .closest, grab the closest form. You know, we could just do like $0.closest form. And it gets that form. I believe closest JS is going to get us the closest parent, closest ancestor. Yes, that's correct. So we can do like form is equal to reveal.target.closest form. And then once we have that, we could probably do data. Or no, there's a way of getting the data from the form. JS DOM get form data from form body, something like that. Form data. Just create a new form data. Data equals new form data. We only want to. This is interesting. I guess I'm kind of starting to build out what this might look like for the update. So perhaps we'll go up here and paste that in there. Because that's not what we want there. Delete 3J. Okay, so we are going to grab the form there. And then here we're going to do the const value is data get filled. And then we're kind of doing the same, applying the conditions, right? So perhaps we should do that as a thing that we can reuse. So we could do this as tech condition, apply condition. Element operator value, you know, and what I'm essentially taking is this. And then I can do this dot apply condition, and then in here, is that not value? What is args? Where did args come from? Oh, I see. What type of LSP tool do you have for your NeoVim? I just have the TypeScript one. I installed the defaults, but it looks hella messy. Very new NeoVim user. I am also a very new NeoVim user. So I have newest Vim. In fact, all of my thing is available on my GitHub. Vim, NeoVim, RC. So for my LSP config, this is what I have at the moment. It's really bare bones, but I just have the TS server LSP set up, and then it's just really bare bones. You enjoying Vim so far? Do you miss having Windows and other very mouse intensive stuff? Not really. I'm still getting used to not having a file tree. I know I could install a file tree in NeoVim, but I was trying, even in VS Code. So VS Code was the editor I was using before. Even in VS Code, I would typically, I'd use a lot of the keyboard shortcuts to hide that stuff and just use it when I need it. I like your Lua config file. Mine is in Bash. I'll recreate it at some point when I get a grasp of what I want. Yeah, I kind of I watched some of the Primogen's videos that he did recently. Well, he did a live stream recently where he set his Lua config up. And I was kind of looking at that, so it's kind of inspired a little bit by that, but then I've grouped mine a little bit differently. And then also kickstart.nvim is also a good kind of starting place. I read through a lot of that as well when I was writing 9. But it's also really basic. You don't have Prime's Harpoon. I like Harpoon. Harpoon is amazing. Off from a great start. This is nice. Yeah, I'll just link this in chat in case you want to take a browse, unless you've already gone there. But yeah, I don't do too much typed languages, so I haven't bothered to set up all of the stuff I know the LSP could do. And I also want to move. I currently have this like on attach, like that. I want to move this into a. I think if you look at, I think the Primogen also has his NeoVim config up now, and I quite liked how his on the remap was it? No, maybe it was on LSP. He has somewhere an auto command set up. It might have been here. Here. I kind of prefer this way of attaching the key maps for the LSP. My current way is a bit of a mess, so at some point I will do this. But yeah, I've not bothered to set up a lot of the diagnostics yet, and I haven't bothered to set up some of the rename stuff. I really should. I just need to spend some time on it. But yeah. Yeah, I quite like it. I'm enjoying it. Haven't really missed too much of the mouse stuff. And then when I need... What have I just done? What have I just done? There we go. When I need a mouse, I can still... I have all the mouse stuff turned on, so I can still click and drag occasionally and use it to point and stuff. But with Vim, you better take things easy and slow. Yeah, that's my feeling with it. I'm like, I don't want to overwhelm. I've got enough now that I can be just as productive in NeoVim as I was in VS Code, if not more productive, maybe. Otherwise, you'll be like me, who added a few things and has to destroy the whole thing so I can get the gold out of it. Yeah, it can very quickly try and do too much. And then you just have loads of things that you're learning all at once, and it's like, how does all these things work? And I haven't... Occasionally I jump into quick fix lists, and I'm like, I get a bit lost in those. There's still a few things that I'm like, I get out of my depth very quickly in NeoVim. Element is, yeah, because down here, 5J, that'll do, and then we'll do S. Reveal can become element. I also used to use the, is it Command P, I think it is, like the command palette on NeoVim. Anyway, to jump around files, so Telescope is just a better version of that, I find. And the fact that I can use Telescope to also do stuff like, grabbed like PWS and it'll like rep the entire project for that and stuff. That's just... Yeah, it's best if you set it up as per your needs. For me, it's the best way to really learn stuff. Yeah, I'm just kind of, as I'm working on stuff, I'm like, actually this thing feels a bit like friction at the moment, and then I'll just pop into the config and update it. Still get amazed for simple things such as piping one input into another. You can do NeoVim bundle info gem. Oh, that's quite cool. I mean, it makes sense. I just didn't. I guess I didn't know what the. I can do that, right? I guess this is because Rails is a bit of a weird one anyway. I obviously picked the wrong gem here. But if I jump back out, I suppose I can see all of the other stuff that it makes up. Yeah, Rails is a weird one. That's quite cool though. I still like, this is something I need to solve at some point. My space PF, which is like my project files, actually is just whichever the current working directory is, rather than the folder I opened. I need to figure that out at some point, because every time it catches enough, I don't do it. I'm usually in the same project folder as the one that I do space PF, which is my project files in. Just check what that command is. Telescope. Sorry for bothering, mate, and thank you for attention. No worries. Happy for the distraction and the chat and stuffs. Yeah, I always think find files is going to be like the project, the folder that I opened when I pass the folder to Neovim, but it's always the like working directory. Apply condition takes an element, an operator. I guess really I could yank that, put that down there. I don't need the field name anymore. And then that removes the need for delete 2v. I need to go back to work. Have a great day. No worries. Hope you have a good day yourself. Thank you for your time. No worries. Thank you for the follow as well. Hope to see you again soon. Let's see. What are we doing? So I'm going to change this to just take an element and the value. Yes, because the value is going to come from up here somewhere. The other thing as well is, do we care about the field? I guess we've already worked out about the field, because we've got the value. I guess I could grab the field value somehow. I guess we're passing the value down. Interesting. Okay, what are we going to do here? So this is when the condition updates. We're going to change this to just be change to there. We'll change the value. We'll yank that. We'll go 7k. We'll put that there. Delete that one. Delete to there. We only really want the field out, so we'll grab only the field. Same here. Field name return null. No, do anything. And then when it connects, it will find the closest form. It'll go through all of the reveal targets and then find the closest form. Then it will take that form data and it will find the condition. Then it will split, find out the field. And then it will get the data for that field. And then, yeah, okay, fine. So let's see if I refresh. Cannot find properties of undefined closest. It's not target, is it? Condition is not defined at by condition. Did it give me a line number to work with there? 38. 38. That's line 38. Condition split. That's because condition is here. We'll put that in there. Reveal is not defined at apply condition. Again, can you give me a line number 38 again? Oh, because this is actually element. I'm actually going to change it to use element, I think. And then, did it kind of work? Reveal is not defined. 38, 51. Oh, because there's two of those. Element. And then we'll refresh and then clear that out. And then 20, 2 rather. 2020, 18, 30. And then if we did 2024, it's not happened yet. 2020. Also, it's probably more likely someone's going to click on this, right? So you're going to click on here and go, okay. Okay, fine. 2024. 01, 02, 01, 02, 01, 02. But if you, for some reason, start clearing the date out, becomes invalid, the fields both disappear. Let's put some more music on because it stopped, you know, and I was going to play some music and stuff. Okay, I'll do. Okay. So it kind of flashes. I kind of you know. So perhaps we just make sure that these have a class of hidden on them. As well, you know. Change. Yeah. Delete to there, and then we'll go over here, paste that there, write it. So in here now, when I set like 2001, 2024, 18, 30, we get a date. Does it make sense to set a default time in here? So then there's always kind of one valid, because it probably not. Yeah. Text. What did I set the color to on this? This porcelain 600. Then if I set this in the future, and then what do we want to actually say here? Because we've got like afternoon, Josh. Afternoon, Bish. Hope you're having a good day. Change inside tag. Do I even want to show a message? I don't know. I did the unless kind of behavior, but you know, 2024. 5. Yeah, not going too bad. Just the one meeting today is pretty chill. Nice, nice. I think I'm going to set the controller up here so I don't have to worry about the additional fields. And then I can get rid of this. And then 25k, not K. What have I done? 25J. Back down. So then 2024, 1830. I guess what's actually kind of nice about this is if I wanted to, I could add this like there. It doesn't quite work because something's weird with the styling. Field group. I don't know why. What is going on? I don't know. Anyway, in theory, I could do that. I don't know why I can't right now, but we'll solve it another time because I don't actually want to do that. What do I want to set in here? I want to set something that's like, remember to record your meeting. After your meeting, I'll be able to upload your recording I don't know if that makes sense to have like a message here, you know? It's just like, hey, if the meeting has happened, Jan meet, and it was like 01/02 2024 at 6:30, like now, okay, like the meeting's happened, upload it. But if it hasn't happened because it's actually next year or next month or next week, you know, whatever, then you can't upload the meeting recording. The other option would be to disable it, but no, I think this makes more sense. I'm happy with that. Let's continue. I think is probably the best option. We don't need to actually have this on here, so we'll get that off. And then we do need that one. Hey Josh, I'm back to show you that I found the database config and the other configs on active record. That's cool. Whereabouts are they? Hash config. Let's see. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Yeah. That's useful to know. Thank you for coming back and sharing that. Database configurations folder. Where was I earlier? I guess I was somewhere else. I wonder if do I have let's see. Is that exposed anywhere? Active what would it be? Active record. DB config. It's like, do they have okay. Yeah, it gives you that, right? There is something that allows you to see the line, isn't there? Back, like the where in the code it is. What is it, like method? What is the thing in Rails that lets you see where the code is? Because sometimes I find that really useful. Method, Rails method source URI or something. Like there's a weird. Source location. Yeah, that's it. That's what I was trying to think of. It's the .source location. Yes. Yeah, it would have been. If you use pry, you can just do show source. Okay, cool. That's cool. Yeah, I don't typically dive around in this part of the code or this part of Rails in general, so unfamiliar. Useful to know though. Either I don't think it's publicly available to. No, probably not. It's yeah. Okay, cool. Without the pull, db config just ignores the value even though it's set for the curtains. Yeah, I'd have expected it to error. Would be the other option, right? But it didn't have a default value. It would just throw an error saying it has to be set. But it makes sense there's a default. I just find Rails docs sometimes a little bit too what's the word, opaque maybe. Not always very clear what's going on. Which is fine if you're happy to dig around in the code and figure it out. I think the Rails code base is great. They follow greatly. Yeah, that's true. They do. I just mean, I think there's a lot of people, especially if you're a beginner, like I think there's a level of like comfortable that you have to get to be able to do that. So if the like people who are new to Rails, or new to programming or whatever, there's a steeper learning curve there because of the docs just aren't quite there yet. Leaves us into this thing where we can't know if something's defined or used. Yep. Okay. So the next thing I want to do is I want to be able to upload this. Cheers, dude. Have a great day. No worries. You too. We'll do meeting, add that, Control E, we'll probably move that up to the top. That's updated our harpoons. We've got our meeting controller, and our form where we are uploading our recording. We create the meeting, and we in our meeting params we accept the recording down there. We permit that. Now, one thing that's kind of going to be annoying is this, so I'm actually going to have to turn this off while I build this out, or at least set the hidden to not hidden. I don't want to hide it to begin with. Yeah, we're gonna just delete. I don't want to delete because maybe if I do that, it'll stop it from getting triggered. There we go. I want to see if this is still there because no, not that. In here, somewhere in here, I want to do accept nested attributes for recording, and that makes that disappear. I'm like, where? So what's going on with that? Accepts nested attributes for, allows you to save attributes on associated records through the parent. By default, the nested attribute is updating is turned off. You can enable it. When you enable it, an attribute writer is defined on the model, and then we'll have this like attributes in there. And so I should see, you know, my form field 4 should be giving me some stuff. But where is it? So, well, maybe we'll ask ChatGPT and see if it can figure some of that out. We'll create a new chat. I've added this to my model in Rails. But now this isn't rendering anything. Oh, of course, there is no new recording, right? And so I would have to build the recording to make sure there is a recording to add. Okay, that kind of makes sense. So the new here, I'd have to go like at meeting build recording, and then we have a recording that we can create. That makes sense. I don't want to allow destroy because I don't want to accidentally destroy this because I suddenly changed the date to the past and something weird like that. I don't want that to happen. And then this is only if on the new form, right? So that's fine. So if I go test and I set this to be, I don't know, 02/02/2024, 8:30, 6:30 rather, then we'll upload a audio file, create that meeting. Didn't really do what I want. Where's the recording? You know? So that's not right. And that's because, you know, like if we now go back, that actually we missed something, didn't we? We changed it And this should cause this to be in this field group, meeting recording attributes. It's now under recording attributes, which means down here it should be recording attributes, and that should be file. So we'll go back, we'll just maybe delete that meeting, and then we'll create the next one. Maybe I'll just go into FC. This one that we just created. I've removed my ability to delete this. We'll deal with that later. We'll add a new meeting. Test 0202 2024. We'll upload our Hello Kitty Pie audio clip. We'll create the meeting, and it's straight into analyzing audio. You don't have to. Don't know where the recording is. If I refresh, like where is this beautiful clip? That might just be because there's something weird with this error that we have the play button. Do all of them just not have this one? No, okay, fine. So I lost the audio at some point. But test with recording. Now it gives me the play button. And so it goes through the flow as it should. That is looking good. We'll deal with that error in a second as a separate PR, but that means this is there. If I didn't upload a thing because whatever reason, I create the meeting without it, I now have to upload the recording. Not a required field. We just say, hey, you didn't upload the recording. Can you upload the recording, please? Okay. Okay. Nice. I'm happy with that. That feels good. I'm going to now go back into here and let's see. We've done a lot, so I just need to see what's in here. Let's stage everything and then I'll just review it quickly. Okay. Added a new platform to our gem file. Don't know why. Bit weird. Changed our buttons, focus, styling. Fine. Added our field group. That's good. Our field group really only has one job. I wrote a bit of a blog post about this earlier. I made a similar PR to an open source project over the weekend, and they used Tailwind. And I've got a lot of thoughts around, CSS and how we should structure it and stuff. And actually, I really like this approach. I think it's a lot more maintainable, creates less code overall, and also allows you to extend it and compose it in a more efficient way. But anyway, that's something that kind of a slightly different approach we could have taken here would have been to use a form builder or something like that. I think this is 31 lines of code, including all of the gaps and stuff. It's not styling everything to do with the field, because actually a portion of our form styles is in the base CSS where we have styled the inputs. So the field group really just is responsible for this layout here, where we have this sidebar, and then when you shrink down to smaller size, you have the kind of column-based layout. So it's really only responsible for that. So there's places where we don't have that, these forms, and these forms still look good without obviously they need some styling still to get the flow correct, but they're not dependent on this field group component block that we have. And so I really like that approach. The other thing we've got in here as well, it looks like we've made some change to our cluster. Oh, it's just a new line. I'm not going to commit that. That feels a bit weird. Same with the gem file. I mean, maybe at some point we'll sort those out, but those can, I think, be discarded. Field group, the base, meetings controller, looks good. Added our new conditional field controller in JavaScript. Accepted nested attributes for recordings on our meeting. Our form for our meeting also got updated. Some of that information. and then the new page as well for the meeting. So we can commit to this because I'm happy with how this is looking. And what did we do? I guess we kind of did lipstick, you know, kind of in design meeting, design new meeting form, you know, that's kind of what we worked on. And yeah, and then we can git push. I really need to go in, and actually I'm going to maybe do that now because that's kind of annoying. These files here, I need to check them out. I don't know how to do that in NeoVim, so I'll just do that. And then let's switch to sticks. And then go and update my NeoVim config because there is something that I spotted the other day in Primogen's NeoVim config, and I think it was somewhere fugitive. I'm going to copy this. I don't want all of it because there's some stuff in here that I do not want. But there is also some stuff that I do like. So, git. Where did I do my space GS? That keymat. I don't know where I've done. Oh, I don't have a space GS, do I? G. Space. I don't have any GS, so I'm gonna add that as well. So we're gonna go in here and add that. Then we're gonna go down here and go config, function, and space CF. And then we are not the Primogen, so we're gonna go up here and go Josh fugitive. I haven't really done much with the auto groups. So what this does is basically, so it gives me the space GS, that's going to open up the git status. And that's going to save me typing colon git and all of those letters. I'm going to do space GS, git status. And then when I enter that window, we're going to say if it's not fugitive, then we're going to return. Like if it doesn't, if it starts with fugitive, then return, like, you know. Then we're going to get the current buffer number, and we are going to add space P to push and space capital P to pull with a rebase. I'm kind of happy with that. I like rebasing. It allows me to quickly set the branch I'm using and tracking needed. Space T to set the upstream when you're setting the git push. Yeah, okay. And tracking any allows me to easily set the branch I'm pushing. I'm not going to do that. I might do it. I might bring it back later, but for now, I'm quite happy with those as a set of commands. And I don't bother with the diff get stuff. I need to figure out my workflow for diffs at some point on NeoVim. I had to deal with a diff the other day, and I was like, man, this is weird. Like, I was just raw dogging it with the old weird brackets it does, and just clearing them out one by one. So I need a better solution for that at some point, but that is not now. I think this is just a step forward in the right direction with how I'm interacting with Git in NeoVim. So I'll have the space GS, I'll have the space P, I'll have the space capital P, and that will just allow me to do some of those things. We're going to have another ad in about 55 seconds. I might take a quick break at some point during that. to go grab a drink. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. We are just running ads on the auto schedule every hour for a minute or two to avoid pre-rolls, because pre-rolls are annoying. Anyway, that is my changes to NeoVim. If I spin that up, is that all okay? Ideally, I do space GS. I get Git, right? I'm not going to commit stuff in here. No, I could actually. I could commit this, right? So we've staged that. Then we do space. We do CC to commit, and then we do feature add key maps for Git fugitive, and then we will do space P. Pushes for us. Nice. Nice. What have I just done? Oh, I've done I or something, and it just changes the layout. Interesting. Anyway, we'll go back to this project where I've done something weird. Anyway. We'll close it and then reopen it, because then that gives us access to our new shortcuts, key maps we've set up. And cool. Now, where was we had just committed, we now have this in here, this ability to create the new meetings. I'm now going to work quickly on something that I noticed in another project that I'm working on. Yes. So this grid is kind of annoying in a few ways. When you have the 3 columns, and then like some of them are 3 columns, some of them are 2 columns, I kind of like it. I also kind of hate it, because the ones where there's only one just become ridiculously long. So I think there's a better way, and I know there's a better way because I came up with a better way in this project over here, and it's this specific grid dash separator class that I came up with. And so we are going to go back to our project. Now that I have grabbed that, we're going to go back to our must admit project and find our grid. And we paste this in. We'll see the difference. So we actually don't like. I'm kind of happy with what's above up there. Like that's fine. But this grid separator class, which actually I want to go back and grab the space and move it into there, and then we can delete to the end and save that. And we'll CF it and just save that format. Yes. So grid. This grid separator, what does it do? How does it work? What are we doing here? So if we go to meetings index, you'll remember that we did this thing where we do meetings by month and we grab them. And then we have this thing called grid down here. I can take the grid now out of here. We can put this... what have I just done? Get out of here, man. Shift A there, go there. Okay. Now, we've moved the grid up. What? This isn't going to work. Hang on. Yes, it is. We bring this down. Now, this div here, which has the flow and margin B. Well, actually, let's just do margin top 3XL on the H2 because, you know, and bring that down one. Now, we don't need the flow because they are all in the grid. But this isn't just margin top 3XL, it's also the grid separator. Now, if I refresh, all of the items are in the same grid. I don't know what's taking a while to refresh. Okay, maybe the spacing is a little bit too much, you know, on this. Maybe I didn't need 3XL. Maybe, you know, 1XL. 1XL isn't a thing. Just XL. Doesn't. Maybe even that's too much. I don't know. Just have the grid separator. And then maybe why? Okay, fine. It's because the gaps between the boxes, whatever. I'll solve that in a second. But anyway, what I was saying is these are now all in the same grid, which means when there's only 2 elements, they respect the columns that have been created by the grid. So when I create a new meeting for March meet, and it's, you know, somewhere mid-March, 24 at 6:30 or whatever it's going to be. Hang on. Why is there a... I forgot to fix it. This here. Fix form reveal condition. Okay. There we go. March meet. So if we did 15/02 2024 6:30, it's not been obviously January, February, March. Anyway, March meeting. We create the meeting. We don't need to actually upload the meeting. There's only one. Before this would have spanned the entire width. Now it respects the grid. There's a grid here. There's some rules. We are following the rules because they're all in the same grid. And actually these elements are also in the grid, which is why they kind of have this weird spacing thing right now that I need to solve. But they are also in the grid and they are spanning all 3 columns because of the grid separator class has this grid column 1 span -1. There's span all of the columns. And that's what it's doing. So when we actually inspect this, it is spanning all of the columns in our grid, which we can see here. And so now that kind of solves that problem we had earlier that was kind of like what's going on with the design. The layout looks a bit weird. Anyway, that's now solved. If I row gap, you know, 0, like this is where it gets a little bit weird because like and I think maybe that's what we're gonna do. Meeting index, we're gonna have to, on here, we're gonna do MB minus 1 rem. I don't know if I like that, you know? It kind of does that, it will do the job. But at what cost, you know? What cost? Okay, fine. I'm happy with that. That'll do. I don't think we have to think too hard about that. we can just move on. Kind of don't like the bit that I don't like about this is it's specific. It's a random number that I've plucked out. It is using rem, but it's not using our clamp, which means as things get smaller, and it still works, you know, fortunately, but that size doesn't get small the same way that our kind of XL, XM, whatever, XS, you know, we've got a bunch of design tokens. We should use the design tokens. It's quite hard to use the design token here and also have it a negative number. I'd have to have like a negative version of all of the design tokens. I'll be asked. And it still gets us a very similar result, you know, without having to worry too much about all of that. So fine. I'm happy with that. That kind of keeps things lined up in the columns a little bit more. Let's just see where we got with that. That's 2 files changed. We just added in our grid separator and then reformatted our HTML a little bit to suit that change. So we'll commit that. We will do, I guess this is lipstick, and this is definitely lipstick. This is just a design change. Group contain, keep all meetings in the same grid. You know, that'll do. Space P, that'll push. I kind of don't like that when I do space P, there's not much feedback, and then it takes a while, and then you get the message about the git state, git push. But hey, that's fine. So we've got that in there. We add the meeting. Obviously, you have this flow right now. We create a bunch of meetings. They're all in a bit of a weird state, but we need to look at, you know, we need to solve some of these meetings and figure out what we're doing with them. Also, I'd like to put this in a modal at some point. I don't know if I like this hover state. Okay. So we go in here, we have to upload the recording. This one has our recording but doesn't show you any information about the recording. We're kind of getting to the point where we are at the meeting show page. This is the glue between some of these things. I'm going to sidetrack just a moment. We broke a load of forms in one of those most recent updates, and I'd quite like to go back and make sure that they actually all look okay. So let's do password, edit, form, you know, this form over here. What do we want to do here? Because I mean, one option would be just to say, okay, this has the field group on it, you know, if we just add that, we'll get this kind of layout. The other option would be, I mean, we probably should either way just have class flow on the form to make sure all of those things are spaced appropriately. The new form, let's say we did do the field group here, div, that look okay? Yeah, okay. And then confirm new password as well. And then the idea is when you shrink that down, it kind of reduces. I think it makes sense. You know, I mean, we've got this page that's ridiculously large, so we can just go in and make sure we add these to this page. And then perhaps this does, you know, shoot off to the side. The back button, kind of bit of a weird place, I suppose. Perhaps it should just be cancel. Maybe this should be cancel. No, and there's already seems to be clustered, but we'll add a cluster to it. That should add some spacing between those two elements. And then maybe we do justify end, and that'll shoot it over to the end. And then if we shrink the page down, we get this. Password challenge, like what? Like what's going on there? Well, let's rename it, you know, because that should just be current password. Current password, new password, confirm new password. Okay. And then this can become a paragraph. I kind of don't want this to become part of the label. We did that approach last time. Text porcelain 600. That doesn't mean I have to manually specify that. Actually, it doesn't. We do not need that because our field group will style any paragraph with that. And then maybe text small. I don't know. You know, like maybe that's 12 characters minimum. Meeting new, meeting form, flow space large is what I used here. Flow space large. So I felt like it was a bit too much. That feels better. It feels cleaner. Cleaner. Okay. So that's that form kind of done. What about the others? That's the change password, change email address. I don't know if I want to do the same field group here. I mean, even here was a bit much, maybe. Some of these simpler forms probably don't warrant having the big form across the entire page. You know? Kind of a bit overkill for some of those use cases. Like perhaps it would have been better just to have flow, but then like flow space medium inside, you know? Small or extra small. I don't know if that flow space is actually applying. Oh no, it looks like it is. Yeah, I think I prefer that for these, you know. I think for these forms, this looks nicer, you know. I do want the class here to also have the text porcelain 600, since I'm now not getting that from our field group. That'll come in there. That's nice. I actually don't think this needs text small. I'm going to remove that. Yes. Sweet. I'm kind of happy with that. I'll cancel on the changes to the password. And then we'll have to make the same to the email edit form. Control O. You know, we'll grab flow space lard, flow space XS. Yeah. Find the closing bracket, and then we'll go class, flow space large. And then each of these divs. Let's record a macro maybe, where we just do W, it's fine. Find that bracket, add the class equals flow space S, and then that's it, and then W, and then we can do at W. That's not what we wanted. Okay, fine. I don't know what's going on there, but hey. QW, recording at W. That's what we wanted. There we go. Class equals flow space XS, escape Q. Okay. And then at W. That's what I wanted, you know? That's all we wanted to see. Actually, I didn't even want it on this one. This doesn't want that. This wants cluster. Cancel. You know, so then when we're changing the email address, yeah, change email, new email, password challenge, good. Save changes, cancel. Change passwords, cancel. You know, a bit Auden's kind of getting in my way and it's kind of annoying, but hey. Okay, cool. And then this one's fine. We'll come back to that later. This two-factor auth needs a little bit of love. Needs a little bit of love. It needs a little bit of love. So I'm kind of been going down this route where this goes in there. This gets a class of cluster, you know, we're going to cluster those together. This can have that on it, and well, this already has flow, but this doesn't, you know, so we can go in here at the class flow. Oh, and oh no, bring that back. And we're going to do flow space large. You know, I want to make sure there's a good healthy space between some of those elements. And there we go. That looks alright. You know, we're going to point the camera there. Give us a two-factor authentication code. Back. Anything else? If we log out, oh, that looks ugly. Session new. No, so we've got to solve this one now. So we're going here. We've already got that. We'll do class flow space large, and then we'll do at W class cluster. And it's I cluster those two together, sign in, sign up, you know. Perhaps we'll take the forgot your password and just add it underneath the underneath there. Interesting, you know, because I think that I don't know why I'm doing it like that. Hey, this I thought was going to go underneath because it's a block element. I guess the password field isn't display block. I don't know. Hey, go away. Go away, man. Okay. So that's there. Like, forgot your password. There. Okay, just forgot password. Need to solve that one. And sign up. Need to also solve that. No, but the sign in form, it looks alright now. It looks nice. We'll go to registrations, new. We'll kind of do the same old treatment here. Class low space large. We'll do the old @w. What did it do? Was we not down here? @w. There we go. 5J @w. Doesn't work there. @w. @w. No. @w. There we go. And then this one, class cluster. You know? So you decide you're going to sign up, you know? Oh, what have I done? What have I done? We forgot that. That's what we did. And put that back. And it kind of looks okay. It's kind of, you know, kind of questionable. We could, you know, perhaps move that up. We could change the surrounding tag to a paragraph tag. We could set a class on it, which is text porcelain 600. You know, bring some of that in to the fold. I actually think this, stop doing it that way. Div. J. Probably just tighten the space between those elements and makes them look a little bit more uniform. Password 12 characters minimum. Password confirmation. And then there's no way of getting back. So session new. You know, we did this before. Down here, it should really be a sign in. And this should be sign in. Oh, does that work? Yeah. Sign up, sign in. Cool. But forms are looking okay. Last one to sort is this monstrosity. Password forgot. Reset. That's the mailer. Don't want that. This one. Low space large. @w, you know, class cluster. Just spaces it out a little bit. Nice. The idea here is you go through this flow and then you'll get an email. The reset password, this page, need some love. Reset passwords, resets, edit. You know, we're gonna fix this one up. Class, flow, space, large. That's cluster. And again, the new password. Okay, Shift B, move that up. Move this in 1J down. Bring that back, and there we go. Also, this change surrounding tag to a paragraph tag, which we're going to then have a class of text porcelain 600. Nice. And that would let us reset our password. We're not actually going to reset our password because I have the password set, and I actually do know what the password is because I use a password manager, and so we can log in. And that should be the majority of the forms that I'm aware of, you know. Like, I mean, we could perhaps just hit a good old PWS on there and just check forms flow. Oh, okay, that one doesn't have it. That's the challenge. That one also doesn't have it. Like, the two-factor authentication code flow does not have the appropriate classes. There's some of these forms that don't want them either, because that's the one for the recordings, and that's the meta and password resets. The ones that do mostly got them. The one that doesn't is like these two-factor codes here. One where you have to put the two-factor code in, and then the other where you don't. I'm gonna just try and, I don't know what they're gonna look like, but they'll certainly look better with some of these classes applied to them. Yes. I'm not sure about this like H1 job there, but flow space XS. I was going to put cluster there. It doesn't need it. We don't need to add unnecessary markup. What we did need to do was just make sure that there's a flow space large and then the flow space extra small there. I think I'm going to move this into the form just so that it has the benefit of having exposure to that. Yeah, thing, you know. And those should be 2 paragraphs. And that should have a class of flow space XS. Just to adjust that space between those elements. And then the other one was with the 2-factor, which doesn't have the form set, was here. And then here we can say flow space large plus flow space XS, and that will just make sure that's all set. And then we don't need the div there. In fact, we probably do want a space, make it look nice. And then we don't need this div either. Like, people love to put, you know, weird extra stuff everywhere. Weird extra divs. It just don't need it. Don't need it. Okay. That should cover majority of the forms across the site, make them all look pretty. We'll do space GS to go into our Git. We'll go through these quickly. Okay, they all look good. Update. Form spacing. That'll do. We'll push that. Okay. Now, the next thing really is this meeting show. We've been avoiding it for a little while. Time to not avoid it. We have loaded a couple of these meetings and we kind of get this weird screen that's like, what on earth is this? Need to do something with it, you know, and it's in here. It's this mess of stuff that doesn't work anymore. We've got page header that doesn't exist, toolbar which doesn't exist, all of this stuff, you know, and it's chaos. So we're gonna tidy it up a little bit, you know. Let's grab this to start with. We've got this big block up here that's like, hey, if there is a meeting recording, show an audio tag. And a button to delete the audio. Now, if the recording's present, it kind of can go here. You know, and that gets rid of up to there. So now if we refresh, we have our meeting. There's a weird big space, and I don't know, this H70 element that's like here. If there's a recording, we don't need it. You know, it's not doing anything for us anymore. Get rid of that. What else can we remove? Well, we can probably remove some of these other things. We'll get perhaps to that in a second. But this here, again, it's not being used. We do want the page header, I believe. But let's perhaps just put that down there. And then we'll refresh again and we'll see, does that get us somewhere closer to what we want? Kind of. What do we do in transcription show? We wrapped it in like a text center, MD tag. Okay, we can do that here as well. Grab that, put that there. That gets us closer to what we've got, and then we can obviously edit the name, and we can delete the recordings now. So we've regained some of that lost functionality that we had lost. There's a weird space here. I guess that's because the flow on the page. Yeah. So I kind of think that this should also be in a div 9j. Did 89j apparently. 9j. That should just tighten those up. Not that I want to keep it like that, but it just gets us closer to having functionality that we had here before we can now regain. And then the other thing as well is, like, if I find one where I have uploaded it and there's a transcription. So this one doesn't have a transcription. This one does. Kind of want to say, like, I guess perhaps we just need to figure out some of this here a little bit. You know, so let's just tidy up some of this. we've got a lot going on that we had from before. There's no transcription present, and we want to show that. This big block here is really like the else condition of there not being a recording. You know, we kind of want to say, okay, we'll show this button here, and then do we want to end there? I think we can, just for now. And then if there's a transcription present, we'll render the... If there's no transcription present, we'll render the recording. Otherwise, we'll render this kind of transcription. Maybe this does need to contain that. 14k. Now that kind of gets us closer to... We'll get that back. It's getting slightly more manageable. I wonder if we need these here. That's going to get weird. Yeah. But if we checked out like meeting new, it has this class of page on it, right? Page. And I don't need column anymore. Page already has a bunch of spacing, and so we don't need that either now. And we can probably also get rid of the section because we're now inside the page, you know, so we can deal with that. And obviously when you come in, it pops it in, but it's fine. I wonder if I want to put this inside the pop out. I don't know. Empty, medium. Like maybe I don't want the margin on the top quite as much. Maybe it's padding. Like how is the page spaced? Is it padding? Padding. You know. So the padding on the top would be medium. And then maybe I do want this to be, you know, we'll pop that up there. Now I keep doing this text center thing here. It's the wrong place, you know. Meta, like if this needs this to be centered. Text center, is it? Yes. That is much easier than doing it there. I should also go to the transcription show because I have a similar thing going on here. When you edit the transcription, it doesn't need the text center on it anymore. Meeting, show. I'm doing this do. It doesn't need the do, you know? It doesn't need the do. I think it just needs that. Maybe it does need something. Maybe I could have done that. Just turbo frame tag. Like source would have been an option. It's expecting a block. But I should be able to pass a block like this, right? Is that not a valid way of passing a block? Oh, do I have to... If I'm doing it like that, do I have to call it like this? Yes, that's what I'm doing. That's what I was doing wrong. So that's nicer. I like that. Transcription, show. We can put that up there. Meeting show. The less we can do, like the whole L, like less of these tags, I find the better. What do I want to do now? Pop out, flow, BG wipe, ELG. Large to free Excel to large. Okay. It renders the recording if it's not present. Otherwise, it does a bunch of other stuff, including showing the audio that has been recorded. And then if there's no transcription present, then it renders the recording. I actually wonder whether that's like the new transcription form, because like that's the place where we are creating a new transcription. Like if I go to recording, like at the moment it's just a button, right? But the result of the button is that the transcription is created. Or at least should be the form, perhaps, rather than the meeting recording. I don't know, there's something weird about where the order is stored at the moment. Like you buy the recording. Feels odd. Feels odd. But anyway, you... I hate how many nested there are as well, so I think actually one of the things that I would like to do is just remove some of the nesting. And so I do think up here I want to do end like that, which means I'm removing that. 13k is coming indented, and then this is like at if the meeting recording is present and that. See, all of this chunk though is in that condition, because like it just means this would have to become an else if. as it stands, this page doesn't work unless there's a recording. For the most part, it doesn't work unless there's a recording. Maybe that's not always true, right? Maybe at some point we add the ability to go, okay, like this meeting hasn't happened yet, and so we show you the agenda instead, and like we give you the option of going to the agenda. I don't know, maybe this is more like a menu here. We could show you a box for the transcription, but say, okay, you have to, maybe it's grayed out. Same for the minutes as well. So maybe what I'm seeing here is like 3 boxes: agenda, minutes, agenda, transcription, and minutes. And so, yeah, I think that's what it is. And then there's like, the boxes are grayed out. And then I don't have to worry so much about like this, like, can I link to it, can I not? I just have 3 boxes. And each box is representing its own state, but the box is always there. One of the things I would like to go to and just check is like agenda items. Almost is like its own thing, right? So maybe if I went to agenda item index, I have the turbo frame tag, but actually this could just have a div wrapped around there, which is page, and it puts it in the center. And then I should have meeting like header or something as a tag that I can just render, and it will render that turbo frame as well. Or that should be a helper, right? Yeah. Div class pop out. I feel like I should put this in a pop out, you know, because of the background bit down there. Yeah, I quite like that. That works for me. I think this is that's looking okay. And then meeting show, like this tag here. Let's yank that. Let's go. Do I have meeting helper? No. Helper. And that's wrong place. Helpers here, space pv. We'll create a new file and we'll call it meetings helper.rb. We'll go class meetings helper. It's actually a module I want to create here. And then we'll create a def meeting meta tag. And it's just going to return that. Meeting. That does the job. If I then go back to meeting show, I can change this now. I can just do meeting meta tag at meeting. That's still there. That's good. That's nice. Very nice. And then agenda items show. No, agenda item index. Where I will then paste that in. So then if I went to agenda items and refreshed, I get this. My meeting, I can still edit it, I can still have access to that. I'll have, I'm not sure it'd be called meta. Maybe that should be called header or something. Head meeting, header, tag, I don't know. Not really a tag, is it? Meeting header. Show. Agenda items. I'm pretty sure I'm going to always have it in scope. Occasionally it has this slow refresh and I still don't know why. Okay, cool. I need to sort the toasts at some point. We'll get there. We'll get there. Come back here. Wait, fine. So we got my meeting here, and then transcription show as well. We can swap it out for that. Meeting header. Meeting. Then I edit the transcription in this view. Okay. So what we're going to have is we're kind of going to blast away a lot of this stuff. We're going to replace it with a div. I need to be like that. So back, and we're back here as well. Okay, I need to sort my Stream Deck account because every time I do the be right back, the buttons just they're not intuitively natural. You know, there's something weird about them. I just noticed as well, it's getting a bit dark. We're gonna have to boost up the ISO on the camera. Otherwise, you know, my shadows are a little bit too. I'm just sitting in the dark down here. Okay, anyway, what was we doing? We were doing a div. I guess this is kind of a grid, you know. Yeah, we'll go with the grid. And it's going to have some divs inside. And actually, it's going to have some links inside, you know. They're all going to be links. We're going to have to do a link too. We'll get to that in a second. There's going to be 3 of them. And each one's going to have like maybe a paragraph in them. I don't know. Control Y. So, this one is going to be the agenda. This one's going to be the transcription. And this one's going to be the minutes. And then we'll have a little message under each one, and we'll have disabled states, and some of them you won't be able to click, and all sorts of stuff like that. But what we're going to have here is we're going to change this to a link to the agenda meeting. Agenda items. What is the path name for agenda items? Meeting agenda items path. I should have just naturally known that, you know. We should have got that. For the meeting, do. I'm going to change it. I'm going to go end. So if we refresh this, no, not that. This agenda. Nice. Back here. Transcription. Doesn't do it right now because we haven't set that. We'll do that next. We'll change this one. This will be a link to transcription. Oh, it's the meeting transcription path. We've got 3 links. One of them takes you to a place which doesn't work, you know. That takes you to the wrong place. But what is the minutes? Meeting minutes index path? At least for now, until I figure some of those details out. There's no minutes for this meeting. Transcription, good. Agenda, good. So we're kind of building out our navigation here. We don't need this generated minutes bit anymore because it's just going to have that. Don't need that anymore. And then there we go, because we've got transcription. We're going to have to show status on there for some meetings. You know, if we go to one of these now that doesn't have all of that, it's like, what? Why? Analyze. Well, because we're trying to render this. In there, right? Yes. And then I guess we'll add a class on here, which is like P small or P mid or something. What blocks do we have? We've got header, button. I didn't want to go there, but you know, thanks anyway. Meeting panel. None of these are right, so let's just roll our own quickly in here. P, medium, BG, porcelain. What's the what's this? No, like what's going on with this box thing? Loris 900? No, that's the text. I don't want that. This meeting panel 50. Okay, so we can try that. Porcelain 50. We'll just see how that looks and what that gives us. That gives us something that looks like that. Rounded. We'll have a bit of a roundedness to it. I guess this is kind of clickable again in the same sort of way. And no underline. Stop underlining the bloody text. And then we'll do like text. I don't know, man. Meeting panel. What do we do here for text color? Like Loris 900. Okay. Wants to look similar, but it is different. No. Yank. Yank to the D. There's no D. Oh, there's rounded. It's going to be annoying. V, and then we'll go FD, 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 FD. And then we'll yank that. Okay, there we go. Okay, not quite on those last two. I don't know what I was doing there. Oh, yeah, P by default goes there. Fine. Okay. And it really should have the hover state on the ones that are clickable. But I also need to figure out what the disabled state is going to be, because some of these are going to be like, hey, not available right now. Don't need them to be huge. Is it not text MD? Yeah, it's like text base, isn't it, on here? It says sometimes I get the space and the size confused, because this one is like text base in my system, in my design tokens, and the other one is MD. There we go. So then under this, I can be like, no, that's not what I want to do. You know, I want to go down there and then do P. Build your agenda. Add your meeting agenda. This is where I need to figure out the state for these different elements, you know. Get rounded large. Okay. That just kicks you back because it's like it doesn't exist. Like you can't Can't go to the transcription if it doesn't exist. And then I feel like the recording is almost in its own little box, right? Like I guess the up here, like how is it when you don't have a recording? Yeah. H2, recording, text base. But that still feels like it should probably be in some sort of div, even if because then this can have the padding MD on it, maybe at the very least. I don't know, like that. This is where it gets a little bit more tricky because I feel like elements and elements kind of thing going on with the recording link, upload recording kind of thing. I kind of feel like the flow here is like recording, and then you have access to these other tools, and some of them become available at certain points, like the agenda is available almost immediately. Because now I feel like I'm getting closer to having a bit of a flow here where it's like, if no at meeting.recording present, then like unlock. Oh, maybe it's like else if there's no meeting transcription present, transcription available. I mean, even then it's like pay to start transcription. I don't know, like I need to figure out the text here, but essentially it's like this one shouldn't say that. It should say transcription will be available when a recording is uploaded. What? Sometimes you just have to go, what? What have we got? We got this one, transcription available. Like, this one has a transcription, right? It says status. Like, I guess I could show the status, maybe. Maybe I'll do something in here where it's like at meeting.transcription.status or something. So then when you view this one, you go transcription in progress. You go this one, pay to transcribe. And then this one, pay to start transcription. Here's the problem that I have now presented myself with. No, that doesn't make sense. I think I've created the recording, but it doesn't have a file in the database. I have a recording without a file. And so now when I'm creating the meeting, I'm creating the recording, but the recording doesn't have anything. It's the only thing I can think of here. So if I see meeting.find by the public ID. Oh yeah. Meeting.unscoped.find by public ID. I want this a public ID recording. There isn't one. Which is what I expected. So what's happening here? Because this is showing there being a recording, and the other one's showing there's not recording. You know. This here is the same as this form. Oh, but here it builds a recording. It builds the recording there, and now it thinks it's got a recording. Because it's in the form, you know? What if I did it like that? You know, is that the same but without? Yeah. Okay. Recording persisted. And then this one has it. It says it's in progress, and this one says that you have to upload it, and this one says you have to pay. So this one is if there's no transcription present, then P will now say minutes can be generated after a meeting has been transcribed. This is pay to start transcription. So we're kind of building the flow here. I need to work out the styling a little bit. But yes, I'm kind of building that out and up. 4 minutes generated, it takes the minutes. Is that screen? That's that screen. PTMD, so agenda item show index. PTMD. PTMD. There. Just make sure that that's there like that. Go back. Go here. Minutes index. Just div dot page dot mtmd or ptmd should have been the thing that I did before. And then dot flow, not dot flow, pop out. And then up here it would be meeting header at meeting. F %sign equals, and then we'll just do key large, and then we'll deal with how this looks later. But and then if we go to the meta, we can probably have something up here which is just saying a link. It's interesting. Link to back meetings path. Oh, and it has to data turbo frame pop. We're inside the turbo frame, we need it to escape out. And so we're in here. I suppose it makes sense in all of these instances, actually. It did. Meeting. Actually, it can just go to the meeting. So when you go in here and click back, go into the transcription. I need one where there is all of these things. If I go back up to this one, transcription, back, agenda, back, minutes, back. Okay, and then text center. I don't think text center is actually going to do the job that I want it to do here. Maybe it will. Maybe it will. MX Auto probably will do the job though. Oh, it's because it's not actually in a thing, is it? It's been a div which has. I could do the text. No, I need the plex source there. Text center can go up here though. And there's the back now in the top center, so I can kind of navigate using that. And then I kind of like, unless Rails current path equal to, like, how do I check current path? Hello Brown, hello 17th cousin, hello, welcome. Hope you're having a good day. How did you come to 17th? What's the, it's an interesting day. Good. What am I doing here? I have a link in my Rails partial. Hang on, this is going to be interesting because it's like, it's inside a frame that gets rendered and then the source changes. So actually it's not. I think I'm gonna have to yank this out here. Well, we're both brown, so somewhere along the way, probably not less than 10, probably the usual 13. Fair, fair. Makes sense to me. Items. Gender item index. Minutes index. And the transcription show. Then when you go in here, oh yeah, because this now is actually at meeting. Control O, at meeting, Control O, at meeting. Kind of interesting how this like moves. It's like it's not in the center. Definitely in the center there, but then in here, obviously, I guess these are different width. Do you mind if I ask? I'm fairly inquisitive, autistic, and I'm always curious about people's setups. I see you on a Mac, but using Brave, use Brave's password manager rather than keychain. I use Bitwarden as my password manager. I don't use any of the built-in browser things, but yeah, I used to use Keychain. It's a good question actually. It's interesting. I used to use Keychain because I'm very much heavily on Mac, but then I went through a long period of time where I was like I have a Windows PC for playing video games and stuff, and it's very annoying. Got very annoying having to like check in my iPhone. I mean, I use iPhone as well, so Keychain was where I stored everything. But I migrated over to, I guess I used, I migrated over to like Chrome. I was using Chrome before as my password manager. And then I now use Bitwarden kind of exclusively. Everything. Just because it's cross-platform, app's pretty good on my phone. It works well on Brave or Safari or whichever web browser I'm on. I can access it on the web. I use the iCloud password manager on Windows 11, but just found out Vivaldi password manager integrates on iPhone as a system password manager, but not on the Mac. Yeah, there's no good system password manager really. From like Mac just has it really locked down. But you also don't really need it. You've got web browser. Like most of the stuff I do is in a web browser. I can just install a plugin. But yeah, iPhone offers really good SDKs for password managers now, so you can pretty much use one or the other, and it's pretty seamless. Four minutes generated. That's confusing because that looks like that's time, but it's not. Anyway. Meeting index. Meeting show. Yeah. Sorry, so pause briefly then. what are we doing? So I'm going to get rid of this padding around this box because I just don't feel like it really makes sense right now. That also looked weird. I feel like this needs like some sort of border. What's that gonna do? Did I border dashed? You know, like what is like, that's a bit weird. But rounded large and maybe like border porcelain 100 or something. Also looks weird. Border 2. Maybe this has to be darker. I don't know. 300. Bit too dark. Kind of like that. Kind of like that. It's kind of interesting. I'm not entirely in love with it, but you know, I can kind of see a direction it's heading here. That helps keep this kind of contained and in the same grid without it feeling like it's the same. I mean, maybe I just ditch the outer pop out, you know? Because then I don't need this to be dashed. I could just be this border solid, you know? Like maybe there's quite, you know, it's kind of like the pop out, but just a little bit less so. What was the pop out even doing? Because the pop out, I guess the pop out's doing a bit too much and it's an abstraction that I don't really need. Where is the pop out? Can we kill the pop out? That is, it's got some margin, it's got a border, it's 4 pixels, solid porcelain 200, and it's got border radius. That is not a worthwhile of an abstraction. This is a neat idea, app idea. I like the idea of it in crisp, but I don't like crisp. I don't recognize crisp. Is that I've heard of it, but I'm also, oh okay, yeah, fine. It's another one of those kind of AI powered assistant for meetings and calls. Yeah, I'm building this. I guess I should introduce it a little bit. This is something I'm building at the moment to solve a problem I have, which is in my spare time, I'm secretary for a area club, and we have a monthly committee meeting where I have to prepare the minutes afterwards. And there's only about 5 of us on the committee, so it takes a long time to kind of prepare those minutes. And so I'm building a bit of a tool where I can record the meeting, upload the meeting into here, and then I can generate the transcription, and then from that transcription I can generate the minutes. Yeah, and I kind of built a really rough version of that flow, I suppose, in a few places. But yeah, I kind of want it to be an actual tool that I can build. I don't know how commercial the tool is. The idea is you're going to pay per minute of audio. So you upload an hour thing and it's 16 pence or something. Or no, what was it? It was like 16 pence per minute or something. So you pay for the time that the audio is transcribed and minute generation and stuff, essentially. But there's no subscription. It's just a pay per meeting kind of thing. So you're typically not going to use it in every meeting, which I think is maybe where some of these tools perhaps go. Maybe I should look at this as a thing at some point, as an approach. This is probably a bit cheaper, but maybe does a little bit less of what I'm working on at the moment. I think I'd have to figure out on the pricing to get it down to this level. Because I don't see how they do this and make money. Apart from obviously this being a subscription, they're paying per seat. Yeah, I'll have to figure some stuff out. They probably have, like, they're not using AWS to subscribe, stuff like that. So slightly different kind of thing. But yeah, what do you not like about Crisp? What's the pain points of Crisp? You mentioned you don't like it. Why do I have a colon? Oh no, brain is just brain fart then. We go to sidetrack because I got a notification. I wrote a little blog post today, this morning, so anyone wants to have some read of that, that's up there. But yeah, it's getting a little bit of a couple of replies and stuff. I've been spending some time. I might do some streams at some point on this project as well that I've been contributing towards on open source. Called Maybe Personal Finance Manager. The usual AI is overhyped, but mostly I don't like the tray / UI app design, the way it integrates. That's fair. Yeah, I try not to hype up the AI side as much as possible, like on the product kind of thinking side of things. Like, AI is in here, but I'm not like, oh, it's AI and you're going to chat to a bot. Like, the transcription generation is AI, essentially. The minute generation is AI, but yeah, some of those things are just, there's just too much hype around AI. I'm like, AI is great, but it's not the feature. It's not the, I can't think of the right term, but it's not the job that I need solving. I don't need just AI in everything that I do. I just need kind of make progress in my life, and it isn't. It's the thing that gets us to the exactly. That is the phrase. The job's to be done. Kind of the thing that gets us to the thing, not the thing. The tray / UI app design. Oh, does it like sit in your Mac kind of hotbar type thing? It sits in the corner and listens to everything or something? Looks like it is. Has a tray icon, which isn't bad, but to control it, it has this legacy like Windows 7 era floating UI window. It's just clunky and minimal, and floats there when in use. I see. And you already have loads of like floating UI whenever you're in like those video conferencing chat apps anyway, because you've got like the mute button and there's like just a lot going on the screen. The problem I now have is like I've got this border on these 4 pixels. This adjusts my padding unless I set box sizing border box. Is that right? Box sizing. No, it's not. I'll just add border to these elements down here. I think probably the best best option. Border 4 pixels. And then we'll just, you know, be yank that. The undo. Did I grab something that wasn't supposed to? Yeah, I did. I did. Okay. Crisp article attachments. Oh, this is the UI. What is going on here? You would understand running Mac, but expect that UI as a drop down come from the tray icon, not floating. Yeah, I agree. Like all of these, right? Control center. Right. I mean that's not a that one can go away. Yeah. Like the things in here that have panels drop down. So this floats, so you can drag it around and stuff, I guess. And why would you want that? You just want it up here as a bar. What's going on up there? That's weird. There's also a lot going on here. Like, yeah. Transcribe, record, and transcribe. I suppose you do live transcribe. Note taker. Interesting how it obviously sits in between. The other bit that these tools don't account for is, which is one of the things that I'm working on with this tool, is actually I'm just not doing any of that stuff that they're doing, because for my use case, we have a meeting where half the participants are in the room and half of them are out the room, and like we have a few remote people, but most people are in the room. So I can't really leverage the tools as much, the video conferencing tools. We also do our video conferencing on Skype, like, so there's just no point me building integrations to apps like that or anything like that right now. Maybe at some point I'll do some sort of like tool that sits in your bar and you can record the meeting that way and set it up and stuff, but it's just a different problem that I'm trying to solve, I think. So I don't know, we'll get to it eventually. So did I don't know why you'd even need app integration other than the current thing to record the system audio. Yeah, that's fair. That's true, actually. I think you do get, there is a small benefit you get from integrating an app, which is you can probably, at least I don't know all the different apps, but I've definitely seen a few with Zoom where they know who spoke when. Like you can get the information about the individual, and also maybe it's a little bit easier as well. Perhaps you have access to the different channels. Depends how deep the integration goes with the app. But if you've got deep integration, you actually have every single stream as a separate stream of audio. And if it is just one person, then you know exactly when they spoke. And it's also less noisy because you've not got people speaking over each other. Audio transmit duration and user. Yeah, those two. I need to figure out a disabled state on some of these at some point. And we had this back on like the agenda item. Let's grab that, because I think actually not there. Space PF meeting index, no show. And then that goes back to there. Fine. So then if I went to here, that can go there. This one has the pay. I feel like I now have a very central aligned kind of concept going on. Okay. This render the meeting recording. I reckon I can probably now move a lot of this into there. Recording. I'm really happy with how this is going. I think I might commit this. And then, because I feel like we're at a point where actually everything's kind of working. There's still some progress to be made in a few of these places, but they're all kind of heading in the right direction. I have now complete flow through the app. So I can go into one of these, I can click on the transcription and get to the transcription and click back. I can focus on the agenda items, I can click back, go on the minutes, and go through all of those things. I can control the recording and go back, find a different meeting. I can go in here, the March meeting, I can go in here and upload a recording. Like QtPy will create that recording. It'll analyze the audio. Eventually, once that's done, it'll refresh. And then I can click pay. That'll take me to Stripe. I can put in some secret card credentials. Once I've paid on Stripe, it'll take me back into the app. And now I have the option of generating the transcription. So I generate the transcription, that takes me into here, that's now in progress. Now, there was a weird issue before where, oh no, it works this time. This didn't work one of the times, I don't know why. And then I need to refresh, there's still a bug here that I need to solve. Probably I should just track that, you know. If I haven't already, what have I got in here? Fix. Refresh of transcription when transcription generated. That makes sense. Currently, when AWS transcribe completes page partially refreshes, but doesn't show the new speakers or I think it's just the speakers. Other details I may not, you know, we'll figure it out when I look at it, but I just wanted to record a note to myself to make sure I don't forget to do that. Yeah, nice. Again, these 404, 340.5. Columned. Is that not columned? Do I not have columned? Oh, I moved into like global/layout, didn't I? Which I regret. There's some weird stuff about this, but one of the things that I want to do is I have got flex bases on here. Like, I don't know. This right hand side feels bigger than the left hand side and I don't know why, but it is a problem I'm going to look at another time because I think we might have to call it. I'll leave it there. We said we were going to commit, so let's just take a look at what we've got. We'll look at what we've staged. Again, the gem file lock, I don't know what's going on there. We'll maybe just perhaps include that as a separate thing at some point. Meetings helper, we did some changes to our agenda items. Meeting meta now has text center done side of there. The meeting show, there's not going on there, that's all good. Pop out, kind of brushing over these because it's mostly just HTML changes. It's not really worth worrying about too much. I don't need that turbo frame top, but let's, well, it's fine. And I might as well just include this here. Who cares? It's a personal project. It's one file. So what we're doing in here, we did some more lipstick. We've done a lot of lipstick today. By the way, the lipstick, if you're not aware, the way I do my commit messages is using Gitmoji, and lipstick represents the updating the UI and style files, which is mostly what I've done here. I've been mostly updating the style UI, but there are different emojis to represent different types of commit messages that you might be doing, like feature development and stuff like that. I quite like, you know, using emojis to do that. If you look at any of my GitHub repos, then what you see is an array of emojis in the commit log. So you can see I've done a lot of kind of UI stuff recently. There's a couple of bug fixes, a little bug emoji. The sparkles is for new features. The recycle emoji is for refactoring. The spanner is for configuration, stuff like that. So you can kind of get a quick overview of the kind of type of work that's been going on. And in some past projects, not this one, but in some past projects, when I've had to set up CI/CD and have version numbers, I've actually set it up so that the version numbers can be generated from those emoji messages. So it can work out whether it's a patch, minor, major version, and whether it should bump the version number up accordingly based on the commits that are in there. It's essentially the same as conventional commits, but using emojis because emojis are fun. Some people really hate them though. Like I've worked with some people that really disliked the emojis. Only Sublime Merge supports it. That's cool. A lot of things don't necessarily support it out of the box, but there is a good community of plugins and stuff. So for NeoVim, which is what I'm using, there's a completions plugin that allows me to just quickly find them. But I used to always, whenever I do a commit message, I'm like, oh, Gitmoji, and then find out which one is the right one, unless it's the standard set. Most of the time I'm doing a feature, which is like sparkles, sometimes fire. I always particularly like, there's one in here, beers, write code drunkenly. It's always a good time. But yeah, there's some good ones in there. I'm always a little bit sad when I work on a project where it doesn't have them, and then I'm not going to introduce it to obviously a project that doesn't have them, but for my own stuff and for anything that I typically have say over, I typically use them. But I could just do feet or like whatever for and all the boring ones, but it's boring. It's boring. Lipstick, what did I do? Update, meeting, show, page design, I don't know, something like that. Space P to push that change up. And eventually that'll go up there. I actually feel like, I mean, while I'm looking at it, this needs some more space above. I mean, this has flow on it. Meeting, show, flow. I could change flow space. I kind of just don't. Flow is this composition class that I use here, and it has this concept of like flow space, so I can override the space between the elements. It uses the lobotomized owl selector, which is basically every adjacent sibling, like direct descendant sibling element, gets this the asterisk kind of thing. The problem with setting flow space as a property, I really like this composition class I have. The problem with setting flow space is it sets it to all of the flows beneath that, so then you always have to reset it back, and that's kind of annoying. Perhaps I could, you know, set it back on those, the descendants of these descendants, back to like the standard space small. I don't know. Maybe we'll just go with it, and then I'll consider it later. No, I don't want that there. Space PF, meeting, show, flow space large, because the padding is large, so we kind of want the flow space between the items to be large as well. It's actually more this space here that's confusing, I suppose, and that's the gap between the grid, like the grid gap. And maybe that's too large. Grid gap space XL. But perhaps I find the grid and then just do dial grid gap. No, I can just do grid gap, can't I? Var dash space large. just so that this space feels a bit more consistent between all of the elements on the page. That looks better. I'm happy with that. Yeah. So got the meeting, got the recording, got the agenda, transcription, minutes. Sweet. Space GS. We'll stage that, and then we'll just improve spacing around show elements. Cool. This is the old one, so I mean, yeah, it's coming together. Like, there's obviously some stuff that I still need to do. I don't think, did I? Transcription completed. Yeah, it's the same one as that. Yeah, I don't like how that shifts on the transcription one. Everything goes off to the left. The other page is all okay. I think I'm going to end it there, actually. I've got to go and sort dinner out and things like that. But thanks for hanging out. There will be another stream tomorrow. It'll be similar time, I imagine. Maybe start a little bit earlier. We'll see. What do we do today? Did 4 hours? 4-hour stream. Happy with that. But yeah, thank you for follows and hanging out and chat and stuff. If you haven't followed and you've been enjoying it, please leave a follow. And then I'll be thank you as well, just as I was saying it. And then yeah, hopefully see you again soon, and I'll be around tomorrow. I think I should get a few streams in this week. We'll keep working on this tomorrow as well. Kind of keen to get this page feels like it's going the right direction. We'll get the disabled state set up on some of these as well, and the hover states and all of those things. Get this looking good, and then eventually we'll be doing some work on this JavaScript transcription editor. There's a few bugs in there right now, but we'll get those fixed up and then get that working. And then I think we're very close to having something that actually can just, it's already got a production version, but it's locked down. Only certain people can actually create a recording and pay for it right now. So we'll get that sorted soon. It's getting close. It's looking good. See you tomorrow. Bye.